everybody here knows how to pray. So can I get a volunteer to do an opening prayer for us? Shogi, can you pray for us?
Christ, we ask you, dear Lord, to guide us, to protect us, to take charge. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you very much. Good morning to the Speaker of the National Assembly, who's our host today, the members of Parliament that are here, the Speaker of the Sarah Parliament District, the Mayor of Makana, the stakeholders that are here, and other councillors that might be around that I might not have seen, the officials from certain departments and tiers of government, and most importantly, the learners, the most important stakeholders of today, the learners and the teachers. Ni right? Ni sure? Ni lele kahle? We had a beautiful program yesterday, a program that actually opened our eyes and ears on issues and challenges that the learners are dealing with on a daily basis that might not have an opportunity to speak to us about. The time might have been short, but what you have told us is something that we took home. But what we will do today is to ask the people, the researchers that have been taking the entire information as you were speaking to us yesterday, to actually do a recap for us, to actually remind us what you had said today, yesterday. We hope not to have a very long program today, but we want to have an effective program, a program that we will be able to take what we did yesterday and make sure that today complements what we did yesterday. So I just want to call upon the researchers. Phoebe, is Phoebe here? Okay. Phoebe, who is one of the learners, who now we have elevated her to be part of the research team. You see, that's what this program does. You come in as a learner, you go as something else. Now, she's now part of the research team. Phoebe will be actually now helping us to recap on what we did yesterday, and then we will be able, even those that were not here, can then start to understand what is it that we raised of yesterday. Come true, Phoebe.
Almost had a collision there. As it was said before, my name is Phoebe Bunyan, and I've been tasked on this wonderful morning to give you a summary of yesterday's proceedings. First, Reverend Ngesi gave us a multi-faith service where he told us to invest in our education because it is one of the most important things in our lives. But he said youth must also be encouraged not to move away from tradition and customs. We must avoid peer pressure and be satisfied with what our parents can afford and stay away from drugs. Next, Mr. S. Jam told us the purpose of the Makana PCO outreach program. The districts and province had performed well with major improvement of school performances. This improved performance was despite the loss of teaching and learning time during the pandemic. Gender-based violence and femicide had a negative psychosocial effect on our learners and needs to be addressed by Parliament. Then on Zoom, Honorable N. Senoli, Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, told us about the role of Parliament and relevance of parliamentary constituency offices. The outreach program aimed to connect learners and people of Makana to Parliament. The parliamentary constituency offices work to assist with conflict resolution and address challenges raised. The PCO also serves as a connector. Communities are encouraged to report challenges with services such as water, energy, roads, bridges, etc., to make the area accessible and convenient. To strengthen the work of the mayor and the municipality, including efforts against corruption and poor governance. Then we had an address by the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable N. Mapisa-Nqakula. Please excuse my pronunciation if that was incorrect. The outreach program seeks to create sustainable partnerships between crucial role players in the Makana constituency and surrounding communities to foster full support of the learners through the provision of equitable and quality secondary education. Involve youth and learners in identifying their needs and becoming agents in identifying and closing the gaps, preventing them from reaching their full potential as human beings. And to encourage youth and communities to dream and envision of a future beyond their current reality and overcome, shape, and change our reality positively. These offices are strategic points of the people-parliament interface as they play an essential role in communities. The constituency system serves as a direct link between elected officials and the public and functions as a critical organ of an activist parliament for citizens to raise issues. Mr. M. Kaso told us how the public can access parliament processes. Sections 59 and 72 of the Constitution compel the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces, respectively, to facilitate public involvement in the legislative and other processes of the Assembly and the Council and their committees. Sections 56D and 69D of the Constitution authorize the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces or any of their committees, respectively, to receive petitions, representations, or submissions from any interested persons or institutions. Indirect ways of influencing submissions, representation, and petitions, attending committee meetings, parliamentary constituency offices, or voting in elections. Indirect ways of influencing: keeping yourself informed, joining a political party, lobbying, joining a volunteer organization. You can also contact them through email, social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Parliament, DSTC, and Channel 408. Then the Eastern Cape Department of Education told us the state of education in the province. Education is a fundamental right and ensure learners reach and complete matric. The Eastern Cape province made many strides in improving school performances. Despite the COVID-19 pandemic, we can pride ourselves in our achievements and endeavor to emulate the successes of the class of 2021. Thank you for listening to this summary.
Thank you very much, Ruby. And thank you very much for that succinct summary of yesterday, which then reminds us all what we did yesterday. I might have assumed that you all know who I am. I did not introduce myself. Do you know who I am? So I must introduce myself. Sorry about that. My name is Notawe Mafu. I'm the Deputy Minister for Sports, Arts and Culture in the Republic of South Africa. And I am here to support the program of the Speaker for this back to school campaign and making sure that Parliament is known in every corners. I'm hoping that all of us, we watched the news in the morning when the Speaker was being interviewed by Sakina on this program. Who saw the interview? I'm asking the school kids, the learners. Oh, thank you so much. So your program is on national television. It's a very important program. Without any waste of time, we are going to be calling the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education, Science and Technology. Some of you might know her. Some of you have heard about her. Some of you from afar, you wish to be like her. Some of you think, when I'm older, I'm going to be like her. She has been an activist, particularly around the issue of higher education. And some of you have seen her on TV. Some of you have never seen. We've brought her here. Her name is Mapisa-Nqakula. Come true.
Thank you so much, Deputy Minister Mafu. Can I have a roving mic, please? I'm speaking to my peers, so I would like to move from the podium. I know it's a parliamentary program, but... Thank you very much. My name is Mapisa-Nqakula. I am the youngest woman in the National Assembly. I serve as the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education, Science and Innovation. I'm 28, I'm turning 29 on the 20th of August, so all gifts are welcome. I'll send you my address for you guys to send me your gifts. I'm the youngest woman on the benches of the African National Congress, which is the governing party. We all know that, yes. Not the youngest woman in Parliament. We also have Honorable Naledi Chirwa from the EFF. We have Honorable Siv Gwahube from the DA. And I'm sure many of you have seen these women perhaps on Instagram. If you want to follow me on Instagram to see how young people are really trying to make Parliament an active Parliament or an activist Parliament, please follow me. My handle is nompendulo_M. If you guys all follow me, I could end up having like 4.6K followers by the end of today, and that would be really great. So please do follow me. But not only for that, you know, what we're doing today, Honourable Speaker, is we're taking Parliament to the people, right? Parliament's very far. We all know where Parliament is, right? Yes? All right, I need you guys to speak to me. So when I say yes, I say right, you say right, you say yes, you don't speak to me. So I know I'm not talking to myself. So Parliament is far, it's in Cape Town, and that's why I'm told Honourable Tsanoli or Mr. Klaso explained to you how the PCO is so important in terms of bringing Parliament closer to the people. So activities like this is quintessential in terms of our saying Parliament must be taken to the people and the people must be brought to Parliament. So I want to really thank the Speaker of Parliament for bringing this particular initiative to yourselves. Young people are the future. I'm not sure who said this yesterday, but there was someone who said, we are the future, we are the now, we are the... But there was a young person from, which school was it? I tried to take some notes. Yeah, you guys remember each other. We must have hope. I can't remember. There was someone who spoke about the Constitution. There was a young lady who said, okay, this Constitution is so great. And it is. We have one of the best constitutions in the world. Our Constitution speaks up against sexism. And you guys spoke at length about the issues around issues of the LGBTQIA and representation and intersectionality, right? So for me, the question then, so this young person, I can't remember who it was a young lady, she spoke so robustly, she said the Constitution is there, but what then with the Constitution? And then in that same articulation, she then says, we are the future. We are, in fact, not even the future, we are the now, right? And everything you have said yesterday is true to that. We are the now. You have identified problems in the community now. Not problems from way back, not problems of the future, problems of the now, problems that affect all of us right here and then, right? And you are saying this is how we could go about solving some of those challenges. So we're not the leaders of the future, no, we're the leaders of now. And you've identified that yourselves. And as a young person, you know, someone was saying to me, you must go speak to your children. I said, they're not my children, I'm 28. very young, therefore they are my peers. We collectively need to build this South Africa. It can't be the Nompendulo, the Naledi, the Siviwe, the few of us in Parliament. Yes, there's a greater representation of young people in Parliament, youth, not young in the sense that, some, of our parties identify young. Apparently when you're 45, you're still young. But we're talking about youth, right, as characterized by our constitution, to say those from the ages of 15 until 35. So we, right, collectively, I need your activism to be able to make the type of changes that will better our lives collectively. When you guys speak, you don't only speak about challenges that you face in the classroom yourselves. You speak about challenges experienced by teachers. You speak about challenges experienced by parents and communities. So in fact, young people are capable of leading the entire society. When we speak about us ascending into power and into leadership, we're not talking about leading ourselves, but leading the masses of South Africa. So we are leaders, right? Collectively as young people. Now, we have listened collectively as the leadership that is here to say to your challenges. A big part of leading is to listen, Speaker. We must be able to listen as leaders. It can't be that we use all the resources we've used to bring all these young people out. And someone said, there's only 15 of us that have been selected from our schools to come and represent our schools. And yet, essentially saying we don't hold hegemony over the views of the many young people in our classrooms, right? And that's a very progressive way of thinking about inclusivity. So that young person who said that's very forward thinking. However, resources would not allow us to bring everyone into the space. That is why it becomes important for us to decentralize Parliament, right? So it will be important that the members of Parliament who are here today reach out to other members of Parliament to say, we've identified challenges here, here, and here, and therefore can you go and make sure that those issues are addressed here, here, here. Not only members of Parliament, but those in provincial legislature, those in city council as well. But even yourselves, it will be your responsibility to, after listening to the responses that will be given here today, listening to the challenge that we have a common understanding of, to take those issues back to your communities and do something about it. It will be our responsibility, and I'm going to stop using you, right? And when I say our, you must consider the fact that I'm possibly talking about myself or talking about you, but our, right? It will be our responsibility to go back to our schools and say, this is what we heard the Speaker of Parliament and the members of Parliament who are here saying they're going to do, and this is what we're bringing back home. The same way, we are not a full component of the leadership that must address the challenges you have raised. For example, you raised challenges around potholes. That's an infrastructure issue. The person who's responsible, or the office rather, that's responsible for that might not be here today. You raise issues that directly speak to basic education matters. The colleagues or the department that is responsible directly for that are not here today. Does that mean those challenges won't be addressed? No, yes, no. No, right? Those challenges will be addressed. Why? Because we are here to listen, together with the research units that are here, to take these challenges that you have raised and make sure they are located in the offices and the departments that are responsible for making sure that those matters are raised. So it will be also your responsibility, our responsibility, to go back to our communities and say, this is what we've heard and this is what we think must happen going forward. Now, you speak about education and how education is so important, but you also speak about the fact that there's this intertwined relationship between what happens in the school, which is an educational institution, and what happens outside of the school. So you say that if we don't address the issues around poverty and unemployment outside of the school, those matters will have an impact on the school. So the young person who's unemployed outside of school will end up wanting to sell drugs, those drugs, selling them to young people inside the school, affecting young people in the school. But we then also appreciate the fact that it's this education that must be able to empower that young person to have the skills and knowledge to be active participants of the economy, therefore addressing the issue of unemployment, therefore hoping that they won't resort to drugs, therefore having a ripple effect on ensuring that schools are a safe place. Yes? Do you guys see that? It's like an ecosystem. It's like a cycle, right? One matter affecting the other. Yes? Right. So you have reminded us as leaders today that what happens, that schools are not as microcosms, and I know the science, bio kids, as microcosms of communities do not exist in isolation to communities. We need to make sure that the education system is functional so that we can address the issues outside in our communities, right? And it will be our responsibility as leaders, including yourselves, to make sure that the education system is functional. This brings me to an issue where someone says, the code of conduct at school is decided upon by others. We're not included in that consultation process, but that should not be the case. And I want to take the responsibility further down to us here. How many of you are in the RCL? Okay, quite a number of us. How many of you are in matric? Our leadership, the future. And I need to come back for you matriculants, right? I need to come back for you matriculants because I'm the chair of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education, Science and Innovation. Therefore, I would, I'm going to sound very linear in what I'm about to say, because I'm going to say education is very important. Therefore, I hope you guys will go into an institution of higher education. Doesn't have to be a university. TVET colleges are just as important as universities, right? So I want to have a conversation with you guys at a later stage. Speaker, I'd love to come back to your constituency, to bring NSFAS to yourselves, to bring various universities to yourselves, TVETs to yourselves, the department to come and facilitate a conversation on opportunities that are available for yourselves. There's no reason why a young person in this day and age must not be able to apply for any of these institutions because they did not have access or they did not know, right? We have Twitter, we have YouTube, we have Instagram, and for spaces where we can't access that, it will be important for us to physically bring those services to young people, all right? So okay, RCL's here, Matric is here, okay. Now, the RCL has a seat on the SGB, yes? On the school governing body, yes? Yes? Okay, so we all know that. So the view of learners, of young people, should find expression in SGB meetings through the RCL, yes? Now, what also becomes so now, the code of conduct is very clear. We are entitled to a seat as young people, as learners of the school in SGB meetings where decisions are made around the school. Yes. Now, what becomes important is for us as leaders of learners to have meetings with learners where we engage them on what they would want us to address when we sit in the SGB. That will also include issues like surveys. You can do surveys where you compile a survey, you say, what are the issues you would want for us to address in the upcoming SGB meetings? So that becomes your responsibility also as young leaders. Don't thumb suck issues that you found out about at the tuck shop, in the line in the tuck shop where you heard someone saying, actually, if we had 1, 2, 3, or things you've thumb sucked while you were sitting or passing the toilet. No, have structured seatings with learners that you can organize yourselves so that you can go and address this issue of code of conducts that do not reflect what you want to have achieved. I want to challenge us. When we speak about inclusivity, do you know that Rhodes University, do we still say the university currently referred to as Rhodes? I know there's some Rhodes University students here. I don't know where you guys are seated. Do we still refer to roads like that? The university currently known as Rhodes, or do we just now say Rhodes University? Rhodes University. See, those are struggles we had picked up, Speaker, in my time as a student leader in 2015, 2016 during Fees Must Fall, where we said, do we want the institution to be referred to as Rhodes? And those are issues, the many matrics who lifted their hands, some of you may want to come and study at Rhodes University. Those are issues you may have to continue with to conceptualize whether or not we want this institution to be known as Rhodes. I'm not starting a revolution. I'm just saying to you, these are matters you need to continue thinking about, okay? So don't come out of here and start doing outside and say, we want Rhodes University to fall now. No, right? I'm just saying these are thoughts that we need to continue having. Now, I'm going to try my best to wrap up because I know for sure I've gone over the time that I've been given. Those are as matriculants and as RCL, those are issues that you need to pick up, right? For example, you speak about inclusivity, toxic masculinity, having spaces, our schools being more inclusive in terms of representation. And this is what brought me to speaking about Rhodes University. Do you know that there are spaces where we don't write MR for Mr. and MS for Miss, but write MX because we just want to be inclusive and we don't want to be binary in how we look at people? Those are issues as RCLs, you can start creating spaces in your schools for conversation, right? So the power to create institutions or schools that are representative of yourselves lies within yourselves. And I know this sounds so cliche, and you're probably thinking, oh my God, we've heard this so many times, and how? Because they don't want to listen to us. That is where we become important as members of parliament. If your right to contribute to shaping how your school needs to exist is being infringed upon, you need to write to us. You need to write to us and say, we are trying to change certain things and contribute to bettering our space in the school. Write to us so that we can hold the school to account. Lastly, school education is not a tool for us to enrich ourselves. The government does not invest. Do you know that the biggest investment of the South African government goes into education? Right? And it's very intentional and deliberate why we want to do so. Because we appreciate the fact that ensuring that citizens have skills and knowledge to be active participants of our economy addresses clearly the importance of citizens to be self-liberated, addressing the issues around unemployment, addressing the issues of legacy inequities within homes, right? There was a young woman who said, I live where it rains, and when it rains, kuba manzi endlini, and one can only imagine how that has a direct impact on the livelihood in that family, a direct impact on your ability to study as a young person, right? So education assists us to be able to address those challenges that young lady was speaking about. But education also assists us to be able to create the social change that you have said is needed in our communities to address issues of GBV. If we have a curriculum in the education system where in life orientation you study the fact that yes, indeed there are people who are lesbian, who are gay, who are bisexual, who are transgender, and this is how they get to a point where they identify in this manner. You will then be taught to be inclusive, you will then be taught to be tolerant, you will then be taught to accept people for who they are because of how you've been taught that in the curriculum, right? But this curriculum also, as I'm moving closer to the program director, needs to remind us collectively that education, what we don't want, Honorable Mafu, DM, is young people who, once we've invested in maths and science, because there's an obsession now about maths and science, fairly so, You will then be so smart that you get a bursary to go and do engineering in varsity or at a TVET college. You'll be such a brilliant engineer. Then government says we need to fix potholes, like you have said, or we need to build a bridge between this community and that community in order for us to ensure that young people can get from this side of the community to school. Because you're so smart, government gives you the funds to do so. You spend 70% of that money living la vida on that Gucci gang business, on that Verpa business. Then you take 30% of what government has given you and you try and create some type of bridge. And you say, no, we invested so much in this bridge. It's going to make sure, no, we don't want that. So as we invest in education as government, we do so because we need you, not the future, the now, to be able to assist this government. Someone said government can't do it on its own. It was one of you who said government cannot do it on its own. We need you. When you become the big businessmen you'll become, when you become the engineers you'll become, when you become the amazing nurses that you will become, the nurses who helped us get through COVID-19, when you become the doctors we need, when you become the musicians that you will become, that you sing music that will address the souls of our people, that will address the mental health challenges of our people, that will make our people understand where we're trying to take South Africa, the same way your Hugh Masigelas and your Miriam Makebas did, the same way your Mandisi Jankies and your Thandiswa Mazwais do today. Because music is part and parcel of shaping how people view their existence within a community, right? So we need to invest in an education where you all understand the importance of everything you will learn in contributing to building the South Africa where all of us will feel represented, men, women, and everyone who exists in between. We are not going to do a hit and run, Honorable Mafu. We are going to come back and we're going to bring other government services to yourselves, right? And so I just wanted to say that to you as a young person, just like you. I might be 28, I might have gained a bit more weight, so now I look like a mama, but I'm not, right? I am young, and I hope that whatever I've been able to share with yourselves is something that you can take home. This is our country. We must continue to have hope. Someone had said that, I don't know what they said, but I remember listening to that young person, and I said, we can never give up on having hope in building this country that our foremothers fought so hard for. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Nompendulo. Thank you so much for reminding the young people that they, wherever they are, whatever they are doing, they can and they must be the agents of change, of social change. Thank you so much. And we can assure you, you do look 28. You do look 28. And I just want to remind the young people, as they follow Nompendulo on Instagram, please follow me as well. I'm also a young person. So please, I'm also on Instagram. So thank you very much for that. And now we are going to call the Speaker of the Sarah Baartman District Municipality to come forward and come and facilitate the responses. We have listened to you. It's about time now that the public representatives must respond to some of the things that you have raised yesterday. Speaker Nomhle, you are going to stick to time. I know you are the speaker. You are always the one that allow councillors and everybody to be on time. So you will be on time. You promise me. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Thank you.
Honorable members, councillors, learners, and all stakeholders in the attendance, I wish to remind you that in the interest of safety for all present in the venue, please keep your masks on and sit in your designated areas. Thank you. It is now the opportunity for replies to learners' statements, and the following members, councillors, and officials will respond to learners' statement, and they will be given 10 minutes to respond. 10 minutes to respond. And the first member to respond will be Honorable B. Zulane. Can you come and respond, ma'am? Can you come to the podium, ma'am, and respond? Your 10 minutes start now.
Okay. Molweni. Good morning. Goeiemorgen. Dumelang. Sanbonani. My name is Beauty Zulane. I'm coming from this province where our Honorable Speaker is coming from, where Honorable Deputy Minister is coming from. My role in the Parliament of South Africa, I'm the Chairperson of Sport, Arts and Culture. Good morning, Honorable Speaker. Morning to DM, morning to our colleagues, Honorable Nompendulo, Honorable Nonhlanhla, and the leaders of this institution, and also our third sphere of governance, which is a very important sphere, which is local government. I'm standing here as one of those members who are given responsibility to do an oversight over the department. And one of the important things that the chairpersons are doing, it's what this morning Honorable Speaker outlined. And when she was outlining, I was saying, I need not to tell what is oversight of the chairperson to the executive of the department. But if I can say that most of the things that you have raised here, we are not going to duplicate in answering those issues, because we have intergovernmental, and even in the departments, it's like that. The Department of Arts, Sports and Culture does have the work that is doing, which is the Department of Education is doing that work. As I'm standing here, I know that even in these municipalities, we have got a role to do an oversight through NCOP, but in the second house of the National Assembly, but also as the department and as chairpersons of these departments. As I'm standing here, I know that we have got a grant called infrastructure grant that the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture is giving that money to the provinces, and let alone that the legislatures, provincial legislatures, they do have those grants. The only thing that we can say when I'm standing here, this problem of facilities is a sore point, especially to most of us. As I'm standing here, I know that we have got understanding, the memory of understanding, which was signed by the two departments of sport and education, that we must see that the facilities, the sport facilities in the schools, but let alone in the schools, we have clubs where are staying, that we need to assist and give them that money. But as I'm standing here, know that we're still struggling. Municipalities, I'm not going to say that we are not doing well, but let's strengthen the doing of infrastructure. That money that this department is giving you, you need to see it that the facilities, the grounds, the sports grounds, the multi-purpose must be there with your monies, with the money from the national department, with the money from the provincial departments. And that's why, as we're standing here, we're saying we had you very clear. Also in this department, we do have something called SAIDs, looking after the drugs, that they've informed us that we are still struggling through the Department of Education. Your parents, which we are your parents, we don't want that SAIDs, they must just come without noticing you to test the drugs. So as we are here, it's one of those things that we are doing when we are saying we are legislators. We want that we must have a bill or an act that we must, you must allow that if you want your kids to be free from drugs, they must every now and then test it. And in order that we must see those indicators of some kids, some of in communities who are coming in the premises of the school to sell drugs. But we want that the kids must play every sport, but once you are playing the sport now, you are taking drugs. How are you going to do well? But if we want to curb that, we need that, we must, as parents, and you must talk to your parents that they must allow any department, any entity that wants to assist you, as you have complaining that some kids are selling drugs, but sometimes we need, as these joint committees, to come to school, to come to communities, because some parents, we don't know what is a drug. We once invited, when we're doing oversight, the police with the SARS, in order that when you are seeing a foil, thinking that the foil you can wrap food, but only to say that some of those substances are being smoked with the foil. You see the foil in your son's or daughter's bedroom, and they are making pipes, and you'll be seeing something, thinking that it is a toy, very nice. And unless as these members whom you voted, that we must come with those institutions as we are going to do. Thank you, Speaker, and the entire entourage of your staff to make now that this thing, it must be practical. We have laws, we have challenges, we have gaps, we have achieved as these departments, but you have told us that it's not enough. You have told us these are problems, and the way forward we're taking from what you were doing yesterday, telling us the only thing that Honorable Nompendulo, Honorable Nqakula, we are going back, Honorable the Speaker, Honorable the Deputy Minister, we are going back now. We have more work, and we are taking this mandate in this forum today that we'll sit down, going back to our own committees, we'll give the report and we'll ask permission, Honorable Florik to speak, that we are doing next time, next recess, a follow-up of telling each department, each ministry that we must do ABC. Colleagues of the PET sphere will doing the oversight through SALGA and to your good self. Some of us were not happy that taking the monies of doing facilities and giving to water. Water does have their own budget, but when now we're saying do infrastructure and take that money and do other things, it's not going to assist to curb the drugs. People must go to the fields, and with good fields, not only in town, in rural areas. My son, DM, I want you to assist these communities through my committee to try to check what can we do about the facilities in location. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Shulane. Thank you for your good words. And the next speaker is going to be Honorable Ncube Kandaba. Over to you, ma'am. And you will be followed by Ms. Shabalala, the Deputy Director General, Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker and Program Director, Deputy Minister Ms. Notawe Mafu, Speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Mapisa-Nqakula, Honorable Chairpersons, Honorable Nompendulo and Honorable Mamputi Lulane, and the Executive Mayor of Makanda, our Honorable guest, our DDG from the Department of Women, DDD Shoki, and I greet you all, Mantabam, Ninjan. Niyaphila wena nikhuluma ngathi nilambile hawu unompendulo uzamile ukunifaka ivavavu nje. Thank you very much, Speaker, for the invitation, and I think I was trying to read the theme of this event, Honorable Speaker. And I've whispered to your ears right now on how far must we take this program, especially to benefit some of our colleagues in Parliament. I think, yes, Honorable Speaker, I just want to share with you and our abantwana bethu ukuthi I'm one of the honorable members of Parliament that took advantage of the benefits that Parliament has for us as honorable members. Speaker, you know, my profession is nursing. I myself an Honorable Mafu. And when I started in the National Assembly, I decided to register for a new degree in public administration with the University of Pretoria. I took that advantage because I wanted to empower myself so that I can be able to do my job as an honorable member of Parliament, how to read and understand the documents that they come and present to us as members of Parliament. You know, reading those big reports, it's not easy. You will have to understand on what the officials have written in those documents. And to do that analysis, also, it's not an easy thing to do. You'll have to read with understanding, Mr. Qaso, so that sometimes when we are stuck as honorable members, we are able to ask you for help, for legal help, because we are lawmakers. You know, as a lawmaker, you must understand exactly what are you dealing with. So I am grateful, Honorable Speaker, that I have done that degree with the University of Pretoria, and I graduated, and then after I've done my honors degree with UNISA, and I'm about to graduate. So thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, how I wish that even other honorable members, Speaker, you can encourage them to use those opportunities so that at least you can be a better members of parliament and serve our community with pride. But I think yesterday, Honorable Speaker, I have listened very attentively to most of the speakers, although I cannot have most of the answers today. And some of the answers Honorable Nompendulo has tried to answer today, and Honorable Mamputi Lulane. But my focus, I want to focus on the issues of gender-based violence, because it's one priority area which Parliament has taken very seriously. And the President of the Republic of South Africa has proclaimed that gender-based violence, it's a pandemic. And with us also as Parliament, we declared that gender-based violence is one of the issues that as Parliament we need to take serious and make sure that departments, they do address those issues. And our portfolio committee then plays a major role in coordinating the work that must be done by other portfolio committees and departments. So, Honorable Speaker, what we have done so far as the portfolio committee, we have convened joint portfolio committee meetings so that the role-playing departments must come in account on what is it that they are doing regarding issues of gender-based violence. What government has done, Honorable Speaker, the President appointed an interim task team. That task team, their core mandate was to come up with a strategic plan, which we call it the NSP, on how do we deal with issues of gender-based violence. And there are 6 key pillars, which are accountability, prevention, access to justice, response, care and support and healing, economic power, information management and research. And I'm sure I have requested DDD Shoki to come and talk about them in detail. DDD Shoki, you may come through you, Speaker. DDD Shoki will go in detail and tell you on how far have we gone. Because the one other thing that we wanted to do is to establish a national gender-based violence council, which then, Speaker, even now, the department has done a lot of work. And because it was not easy, we did not want to deal with it haphazardly. We saw it that it's important that we need to have a council which will be constituted by civil society organizations. So, on DDD Shoki will then talk about it, on how far are they as the department. And the other one, Speaker, was the issue of sanitary dignity pads, which is a priority to our girl children. You know, yesterday one of the speakers was talking about starvation, poverty. And sitting there as a member of parliament, a mother, you know, I understand what is poverty. we live in a township, and what was even worse, Speaker, here when the learners were presenting is that I think this area is a farming area. So, right, Mr. Klaus?
Semi-rural.
Semi-rural, so
Semi-rural.
yeah, Konama farms, and which is important. I think that's one very important aspect, Speaker, which we need to encourage our children to do. And funa umngcola izandla ngithi angisho, but into engingayazi ukuthi ukusebenza ngomhlabathi ukufama is very much important, which is one of the programs, Speaker, which we have forced the NYDA to prioritize it. So there's one entity that reports to us, which is a National Youth Development Agency. And I'm sure, Speaker, yesterday when I was talking to Usheli, is that your constituency field worker must draft a program whereby a National Youth Development Agency will come in your constituency and have a program for young people here in this area. Because there are many opportunities. There are opportunities that young people don't know of, but if NYDA can come in this area, then young people can be able to benefit from that program. With our sanitary dignity pets, what government have done through National Treasury have budgeted for our sanitary dignity pets, whereby that money is being used specifically to buy sanitary dignity pets for our girl learners. But I think what we have done also with the department, which we have also considered a boy child, which now they do need dignity pack for boys. And as you were talking about poverty yesterday, there are parents who cannot afford to buy toothpaste, roll-ons, and so on. So that also, the Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disability has got a program.
Can you please end your speech? Your time is up.
Yeah, ngiyaceda khona manje. So, into masculinity, toxic masculinity, with Comrade Honorable Nompendulo has talked about it. So there's no need for me to go to that one. But I want Udidi Shoki, because I've seen her also Speaker, she is on the program, and Shoki will go into details regarding the gender-based violence. Thank you very much.
Please, Ms. Shalala, do look into your watch.
Okay. Speaker, members of Parliament, the DM is also present, the Mayor, our distinguished guests, which are the students and the educators, good morning. Mine is going to be very brief, but I'm going to talk to the issue of gender-based violence, amongst other issues. We do have a national strategic plan. It's approved by Cabinet. It comprises 6 pillars, and the first pillar is on accountability. That every department should take responsibility and ensure that there are institutional mechanisms and structures to coordinate the work that they're doing, that there are policies in place. A good example, Deputy Minister alluded to the policy that they've recently launched on how to deal or manage issues of teenage pregnancy. Since then, as government, I noted that you raised the issue of teenage pregnancy. We have since developed a program of action comprising various strategic inputs from all the government departments as to what is it that they are going to do in addressing the issue of teenage pregnancy. But one thing that we've already done, in addition to the program of action, is that we have written to the Minister of Health. We have requested the Minister that the issue of teenage pregnancy is supposed to be a standing agenda item for MINMEC. It has to be discussed at all times, but part of Pillar 2 on that NSP, the strategic plan, is prevention. We've already developed a prevention strategy as a department. We will be taking it through cabinet, but the greatest issue within it that relates to the issues under discussion today is toxic masculinity. How do we deal with it? We have included that part. We are addressing a lot of issues that relates to boy children and men's movement, how we socialize our boy child. All of those issues are part of the programmatic interventions from our part. The recent part, Speaker and Chairperson, we are now influencing the curriculum, Yabafana Abaya Engomeni. I don't know, the initiation schools. We are finding a mechanism of infusing the gender-based violence into that curriculum so that we begin to deal with the issue of what does masculinity mean to you as a boy child? How do you interpret masculinity? By the time upuma seweluswa, you have a better understanding of these issues and you have ascended to manhood in a much more responsible way. The rest of them is access to justice. If anything goes wrong to you, we are supposed to be responsive to your issues when you come to our courts and all of that. The fourth one is response and care. When you are an abused victim, whether you're a boy or a child, of which girls are hardest hit, you are supposed to be free to come, speak out, report, tell your educators, tell your parents, be as an agent of change if you have not yet even been victimized, but also help us to play an advocacy role so that we begin to deal with the issues that are affecting you in your area of work. The last one, it's about economic power. I'm not going to talk to that. But when it comes to the bill that we have already crafted, that bill will be going to cabinet soon. It is now serving at NEDLEC Speaker and to our educators. It's going to inform the establishment of a National Council on Gender-Based Violence in terms of its governance on how it should be managed and how we are going to coordinate issues of gender-based violence and femicide. Now, I want to address the issue of menstrual health management. So far, 1,073,000 kids and they've received sanitary products within the fourth quarter of 2021 and 2022 financial year. And we are still going to consider further rollouts. In Eastern Cape alone, 37,748 learners have been reached. And this situation is going to improve as we continue to implement. We have a program called WASH. WASH issues are a cause for concern. And we undertook a visit to Alfred Nzo schools, and we did a WASH assessment, which is water as the issue of assessment, sanitation, and hygiene. We've written a report. We've seen those pit latrines. We've seen the conditions of the toilets. We've written a report to the Department of Education in partnership with Water and Sanitation to say what is it that we can do in providing a remedial plan of action. We will be reaching out to Public Works. We've noted that there's been money that was sent back, and we would like to say, instead of doing that, let's prioritize the issues, the sanitation, bantwana bethu. Lastly, we are undertaking a research on the impact of age-appropriate comprehensive sexuality education in our schools, and we want to determine how the subject of life orientation is taught at our schools and whether teachers are adequately trained to render the subject without constraint of social prejudice and taboos. Bangoyigi, bathethe ngalento the menstruation, if it means they must talk about it, so that even the boy children understand that if something happens to a girl child as Moshele on that particular day, let it not be a joke, because the onset of menarche, when it happens, it doesn't knock, it doesn't notify you, it just happens on that spot. So you need to be sensitive to that issue. We are also noting, Speaker, as I conclude, the lack of boarding facilities in the areas, in the schools. Girls who are boarding emakaya, bekashe ama room, they reported to us that sometimes they are subjected to sexual abuse by the very people abahlala kubo abaqashe kubo. So we are putting a team together. We've reached out to organizations like Lottery and everybody else to say, what is it that we can do for those that cannot afford, should there be a boarding school closer, in addressing this issue? And I do believe that Lottery has expressed a keen interest to further engage with us. Apparently there's something that they did in the Free State, and we are studying that model and see what is it that we can do to protect the girl child. We are here at all times. We will be playing a regulatory role in terms of our new strategic posture as a department. We will be drafting those norms and standards. We'll be making sure that we keep every department responsible in terms of their mandate. My chairperson is here, Adanyi Puktula. Every time figure, Utigumi, as I leave this podium. Susalama bioscope work, that's the PowerPoint presentations. Susale bioscope zako and tell me what is it that you are doing practically. So we are committing. I'm pledging my commitment as the DDG, but also the commitment of the department that we will continue to provide the kind of assistance that you need from a GBV perspective and from an MHM perspective, including addressing children with disabilities. They get the sanitary, but will a sanitary, the boy child utola na roll on, except the pad. The pad goes to the girl, the Colgate and everything. But umntwana one albinism also get sunscreen and the lip balm. So we are responsive to children with disabilities as well. Siyabule.
Thank you. Thank you. Can I call Mr. Godlo, District Director, Department of Basic Education? Is Mr. Godlo, Education, around for responses?
Are you Ms. Godlo?
Okay, are you coming here? Or if he's not around, can I call upon councillors and I will call Honorable Yandi Savaha, the Executive Mayor of Makana Local Municipality.
I was going to cover part of the support programs and then I was going to cover the district.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Leadership, good morning. Good morning to everyone. Yesterday when I got home, I asked my kids, Honorable Speaker, I call them Buddhas. Buddhas, am I giving you enough attention? Do you guys get satisfied with the time that I spend with you? Because from the contributions, from the comments and that were made here yesterday, that made me to do introspection, about myself. Because I know how our life can be so hectic. And they said, yeah, mommy, you even sleep with us a bit at times. And I was like, okay. And we found ourselves rapping. The boys started with rap. And they were, bekezelana, but somehow I said, let's talk, let's change this thing of ukezelana and take it to another thing. And my cousin started by saying, and I was like, okay, fine, that's good. Okay, I'm in that level now, so I'm a friend. I said, okay, let's go to you in the next. He's 7. And he was like, okay, but I went to my firstborn, she's 17. I said, it's your turn, Buddha. I said, mommy, I'm fine. I said, no, it's your turn. I said, I said, come on, guys, I want to be a friend. So let's share. You know, someone said yesterday, one of the learners, that as parents, you know, we don't give them that opportunity of talking, you know, of giving them space to talk about, to open up. But guys, nandifuna ukuthi nani man, you need to try your parents. You know, some of our parents, they've been, they are from that generation that believes that talking about other things with your kids is not necessary. Okay, it's not right. Just try your mom. Say, hey, mom, hey, today there was this guy, or there was this girl. You know, she was so smiling at me, or he was so smiling at me, and I was like, hey, bro, what's your problem? And just listen to her response or to his response. Maybe they want to open up, but they are also scared. So sometimes try us. Maybe you need to open up that space to your parents so that they see you are ready to talk about these things. Because we believe that if we don't become your friends and talk about these things with yourselves, then you might get people outside our homes that will talk to you about these things, and they might advise you otherwise, you know. So Nani, try to open up to your parents. Honorable Speaker of Sarah Padman, Program Director, let me appreciate the fact that e-learners also they take notice of the issues, service delivery issues that are affecting their communities. You know, their contributions were not only about the challenges that they are faced with in schools, they also went out of school and talked to challenges that they are faced with in their communities. On the issue of Alistair Hall, I know I'll try to be brief, and I'm sure I won't even take your 10 minutes. On the issue of Alistair Halls, which were vandalized during a protest. Those halls, Honorable Speaker and the learners, we have already appointed a contractor, and within 14 days, that contractor is expected to establish a site and start with the renovations of those two halls in Alistair. Thank you very much. On the issue of roads, let me start with water. On the issue of water, yes, we have been faced with water challenges for the past few years. In Makana, I'd say 2 or 3 years before the COVID. However, with the assistance of the provincial government and the national government, we have managed to come closer into dealing with that. Now, both plants are operational, although the demand is still higher than the supply, but we are trying by currently James Kleinhans, our dams, one of our dams, is on its finalization of phase 2, and we'll be implementing phase 3 soon. But by the end of June, July, we expect that we'll be in a better position to supply the communities with the 20 megaliters that we're expected to supply, which means we'll have attended to the issue of water completely. And honorable members, now in Makana, we are no longer in a challenge of a drought. With the rains, all our dams are full. If I'm not mistaken, Director, Undijongelu, Director ka Technical, and my portfolio chair ka Technical. All our dams are full, so we're in the process of attending to those water issues. Yes, we might be measuring water to schools and all that. In fact, to the whole community, we have water days and non-water days, but we always make sure that with the tanks that are in schools, we always make sure that we provide the schools with water and make sure that the tanks they always have water, with the exception of Ian Ganise. That's one school that has been faced or been affected about a protest and other things, because recently the community of Alisdale protested and closed our municipal offices, so much that we couldn't we couldn't provide them with water, and I've been receiving lot of calls from the principal there. But it's something that we are attending to. I believe that now everything has gone back to normal. In the sewer, bulk pipelines are being upgraded. We'll start now focusing on the water waste treatment works, although the funding is limiting. You know what I like, learners, about this platform? It might have been a platform created for yourselves, but you have also helped us as the municipality, Nasipatela, the leadership here, for us to lobby as well. Because the funding that we have on Inantsika wastewater treatment works is too minimal. We currently have 31 million, and that million will be able to do phase 1 of Belmont, and that 31 million will cover only 3 megaliters, and out of 17 megaliters. That means like 31 million now is just a drop in the ocean. So in total, we need about 250 million to address our wastewater treatment works issues. So, Mamo Speaker. Yeah. On the issue of roads, our CBD has been upgraded. I'm sure we all see that. Currently, we are busy with the paving in the location from it's in Ngame Street, and soon we'll be starting with taxi routes with the assistance of the provincial government. They have already deposited some few funds for us to kickstart with the project. So yeah, soon we are hoping to be a pothole-free town. With the maintenance of infrastructure in schools, we'll understand. I think it's important that as learners we understand that government have 3 spheres. We have your local, we have your provincial, and you have your national. And we are all one government. So with ours is to make sure of provisions, but with the Department of Education and other spheres of government, the Department of Education is expected to do maintenance on their schools. However, we have taken note of those issues that we raised with regards to maintenance. As the local municipality, will make sure that we come closer to the department and provincial government in ensuring that those issues that have anything to do with the infrastructure on schools are attended to. Also, on the issue of what else that was raised, Kanen? On recreational facilities, yay, I love you so much, learners. This morning, I gave our deputy minister, that is like a letter that I wrote to the minister some time ago, I think it was this year though, where I requested support on recreational facilities. So this platform is also assisting me in ensuring that lobbying yam iba stronger, because UTM is here today. But as the municipality, we have also budgeted from allocation a MIC to some, maybe 2 million, I'm not sure. We are yet to finalize that to deal with the maintenance of our sports field. Really, as a co-right TDM, it's a pit that as an athlete, I would have loved to take you around our sports field, Uzibon. So yeah, we are in the process of attending to those, and I think that's it on the issues that were raised from you on our side.
Thank you.
Okay, but just sorry, program director, speaker, but Honorable Speaker, as a municipality, Nama might not be 28, but at least I still regard myself as young.
Yeah.
So I have tried in the beginning of this year in January, I had an NSFAS program. I was saying, Ngoku, Kuslalo, Ukubana. No, I had an NSFAS program. I am trying, in fact, as a municipality, we are trying to come closer to the challenges that young people are faced with, because we've realized that at the end of the day, we have a social responsibility. So it can't be, municipality cannot be about roads, water, and all those things. What are we saying about young people? What are we saying about learners? So we do have programs. I even committed Kubana Dizambiza before she comes, you bring her down, honorable member. But then, please, when she's coming down, she must come with money. Angazinje as loaded so that azokwazi ungenelela. Thank you very much, Program Director.
Thank you, Mayor. Can I give this time for Department of Education? Ms. Sukiswa Njotini, Director, Youth and Special Programming, the Office of the HOD. She'll be speaking in the place of Mr. Kodlo.
Thank you, Program Director, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Members, ladies and gentlemen. We, as Department of Education, we have been part of the program, and indeed we did get all the issues which were raised by the learners. On the issue of infrastructure, we have a lot of infrastructure projects in place as a department, but I have to admit and say that from our infrastructure allocation, we spend a lot on backlogs, especially in the former Transkei, because there we have areas where there are no schools at all. However, we also do allocate, as part of norms and standards budget, maintenance budgets to school. In addition, we've also, during the period of the COVID-19 emergency, allocated a lot of water tanks to schools as part of dealing with issues of provision of water, which sometimes pose a challenge. On issues of funding to schools, we have to admit as a department, our funding to schools in terms of funding of Quintal 1, 2, 3, for norms and standards budget did drop a bit during the COVID-19 situation, only because our budgets had been cut somewhat and we had to reallocate some of our budget to deal with such things as PPE. However, in the new financial year, we have raised the budget allocation again, and although we're not funding according to norm, but we have increased it immensely. So schools in the financial year, which started on 1st April, are going to see a difference in terms of their allocation. Learners also raised issues of psychosocial support. We are very concerned about the wellness of our learners, and as part of enhancing psychosocial support, as a department, we have allocated each CMC, and this municipality, this local municipality, is one of our second management services. So there is a social worker allocated who sits in the office of the CMC manager. I see the CMC manager has just come in again. And the social worker takes care of all true referrals by schools, takes care of all psychosocial support issues which are not addressed in schools. In addition, for a number of years, including this financial year, we've allocated one learner support agent in at least 900 schools in the province, and Sarah Batman as a district benefits in terms of about 46 learner support agents who are like second tier of provision of learner support agents. As part of dealing with the school dropout issue, last year, because there's been immense increase, dramatic increase in dropout rate of learners during the 2020-2021 period. So last year we launched a program which we call the Zero Learner Dropout Campaign to try and mitigate this phenomenon. And in terms of the work we've done with a number of partners, we're partnering with Small Projects Foundation, Love Life, and DJ Marie Trust. We've managed to get back into the system 2,149 learners. We are going to review the program shortly and increase our reach, because for now it was mainly covering Buffalo City, Amatole, Nelson Mandela, and OR Tambo and Alfredo. It is also going to increase and cover such districts as Sarah Batman, and this local municipality will also benefit. In terms of dealing with issues of diversity, there were a number of diversity issues which were raised by the learners, including gender diversity, including cultural diversity. We have started a process of consulting as a province on the development of a diversity policy. And we are copying a bit, from the Western Cape Department of Education, because they've gone on that long process and they have finally adopted a diversity policy. So that policy will take us a bit of time, because we have to do a lot of consultation, including consulting different stakeholders, parents, and all pressure groups, and your traditional leaders. But it will cover a lot of issues, including what happens when I have a calling. Am I allowed to wear my gear? What if I'm gay and I'm registered as a boy, but I want to wear a tunic? So all those issues which have been coming up, we are starting a process to develop a policy, because presently our uniform policy, as an example, is standard, and our policy on schools is silent on the issue of cultural issues, including cultural gear and so on. On the issue of GBV, it's within my directorate. We are rolling out basically two programs. One is promoting a protocol which has been approved by our Minister Njimutseha, on reporting of sexual harassment and violence in schools. I think during the sessions we had earlier yesterday with the learners, we also talked about it, but we will be rolling it out. I'll be going around the province addressing principals, and also will be distributing this policy to schools, because we want schools to start implementing it. It has a lot of tools to report whether it's a violation from learner to learner or violation by educators and non-educators to learners. We also have a second program on GBV, which is a manual which has been approved by DBE again, which is called Opening Our Eyes, a manual on GBV in schools. This is a very important manual, because it covers a lot of areas which learners raised yesterday. It also covers issues of masculinity, toxic versus positive masculinity, patriarchy and its effects on us. It covers even gender diversity. It covers hate crimes. So that manual covers a lot of things, and we are going to start rolling it out this year. We will first focus on the 39 poverty wards. So we'll start with schools, and there are schools in this municipality which fall, there are not many, but there are schools which fall under the 39 poverty wards which were identified by our EXCO as a province. We'll start with those for this financial year, and we'll keep on rolling out the program as we go along. On issues of drug and substance abuse, we are now getting partners. We've just finished a very successful program in Krisani. We call it Krisani West because as a department we divide the
57 seconds.
So we will be rolling the drug and substance abuse and school safety program also to other districts, including this district and this CMC. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. That concludes the responses to Leona's statements. Can I hand over back to Program Director, Honorable Mafu? Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the public reps, and thank you very much to officials that came and responded to the learners. The important message about this is that conversation must continue. We need to continue sharing information, and we need to make sure that our communities get the information all the time. It is not our information, it is your information. The other thing that we take out of this is that Nompendulo had promised to be coming back with all the departments, entities to come and engage on issues of higher education. I know that Makotliso yesterday, Speaker, had made a plea that you will attend the Children's Parliament, and you said yes. And he had also made a plea that the President has not attended the Children's Parliament. We will elevate that. The other thing is that we know now is that, as you all know, that government had allocated ministers and deputy ministers in all districts so that there is that link between the districts and government at all levels, which we call the district development model. And we know now that Deputy Minister Chapa is the champion in this district. We will then be elevating some of the issues to her, and we make a promise that when she comes back here to do a program, an imbizo, some of us will accompany her to be part of that program. That's the promise that we are making. We have the letters that have been given to us as individual deputy ministers, and we will engage on these issues. Now, we were supposed to have a 25-minute break, and I want to appeal to you that I am cutting that time to 15 minutes. And I know you will agree with me. I know that you also want to understand that we must finish on time. So we are going to go to a break, but when we come back, Nombendulo will be then back here to try now and facilitate a conversation, a discussion between the learners and the speaker. And we want to say to you exactly at 12:15, that program is starting. Those that will be in the hall will get the opportunity to start. So please, if you want to have something to raise with the speaker, don't be late to come back from the break. It's a body break. We go out now. We want to make sure that we are all healthy. As a Deputy Minister of Sport, I must make sure that you have the time to stretch. Thank you.
Morning. Sorry. The mics are hot. They don't switch them on and off like in Parliament. So if you're busy actually,
No, they came to me to say I must switch off my mic. So somebody came to me and said, "Please, can you switch off your mic?"
Because this one. And I've got very loud earphones, I can hear what's happening with the interpretation.
So I was confused.
So in my mind's very correct.
Sorry, man.
No, it's fine. Thank you.
Good day. I would like to refer to Ma'am of the Speaker of Education who was speaking about the school dropout program. Ma'am, I would like to say that in my school, Mary Waters, we are in a shortage of staff. We have a shortage of teachers. So for the school dropout program that you were referring to, that learners are going to go back to school. If the learners were to go back to school, what would they go to school to do? Because we don't have teachers. And the MEC went to school last year and they told us that they're going to, they're going to employ more teachers, but that hasn't been done. And you find that the grade 8s and the grade 9s do not have teachers. And as grade 10s, the teachers expect us to have a solid foundation. Now, if a grade 8 learner or a grade 9 learner do not have that solid foundation, you cannot build a house with a unsteady foundation. So the grade 10 teachers are forced to now teach grade 8s and grade 9s stuff that they were supposed to do in grade 8 and grade 9 in grade 10, which is not part of their work, and that is what they struggle with. And they also have to teach extra classes, which is not fair for them because that is not in their work. I mean, they're not supposed to be doing that. And yeah, yes.
Thank you. Can you just confirm your name and the school you're from?
Mr. Kanya Sendile from Mary Waters High School.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Ashume Manga, the Nelson Mandela Children's Parliament Ambassador. Good morning to everyone, the Speaker, and all the honorables. We appreciate these programs. Yes, we have the Nelson Mandela Children's Parliament, but however, in the issue of drugs, actually, there is no valid planning on how the government has on how to conquer the substance abuse. We would like the government to tell us exactly what they are willing to do exactly about this substance abuse. Like, substance abuse is very common in schools. It happens. Children use drugs each and every day. Like when the pandemic COVID-19 came, the government made sure that the regulations are followed. And the regulations were indeed followed. So elderly people, can you please tell us exactly what are you planning to overcome the substance abuse, as this is killing the youth and the children of the country, the leaders of the country. When COVID-19 came, there were soldiers enforcing the law of the regulations. But it's as if the government is chilling. It's as if they are doing nothing. It's as if they don't recognize that the drugs are killing the country. They are killing the children. The generation of this country is being killed. And we state problems in parliament. We state problems in programs like this. I'm sorry, Mama, to put this burden on you, but we're not recognized as children. We're not, Mama. Like, we state problems only to find out the department for this kind of problem is not present. You know, in parliament, we stated problems, but there are no implementation on that kinds of problems we stated there. We want actions. Please, elderly people, please recognize us. so sorry, Mama, once again, to put this one on you. But then we need this. We need to ask questions. Like, as the ambassadors, we go back to our districts. We want to do things for the children we are standing for. We want to help them, but we don't have contacts with you. Specifically, I talked with my councillor when I came back from Parliament. I asked him to provide transport for school children who were walking to school, and that endangers their lives. So my councillor said he's going to help me, but the Department of Transport says that it has to be 5 kilometers away so that it can provide a transport scholar. So my councillor promised that, but now he's not responding to my messages. So I take like, I'm nothing. They don't recognize us. It's like they are too busy for little children. Please recognize us. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much to the 5 young people that just expressed their views, comments, questions. Some of them are driving us forward, but Ahlume, the President Cyril Ramaphosa, in his SONA address, or in his State of the Nation address, charged on all of us as a country, as members of parliament, as members of provincial legislature, as councillors, as businessmen and women, as he calls for a social compact, to implement. He said, now is the Senikatelo Teta. Some of the issues that are being raised in this room are not new, right? And that is why there's an agreement from chairs who are here to say we want to try and bring departments back to come and give you that concrete response on some of these matters, because there is work being done. And now what is important is for us to continue to monitor and evaluate that work, to continue as non-executive members led by the Speaker of Parliament to do robust oversight to make sure that what the President says is done. And what the President said is that now is the time for us to implement. So I want to now hand over to Mama Wetu, who you don't want to burden, Ahlume, but I know she's very capable of leading us in this engagement.
Ahlume, thank you very much. I'll start with you. Ahlume, the first thing I would like to say is this. Never ever as a child believe that you are a nobody. We are all human beings, and we are all the children of God, and we are all built in His image. That's one thing, because as you talk, you keep on saying, because you feel we do not take you seriously, you therefore believe that we are making you non-persons. There's nothing like that. And if you feel that an adult, by the way, is making you feel like a nobody, you must learn to engage that adult. And I want to encourage all of you to do that, because as we grew up, Tina, you know, many things were done in the name of respect for the adults, okay? Which was very good. But as you grow older, you begin to see and choose what you believe indeed was being done as a result of respect for the adults. And in some instances, you feel, maybe this one, I really should have challenged it and engaged. Not to challenge it in a rude way, but just to express how I feel about it. You get my point? And therefore, Nina, you are very fortunate. Nina, you grow up at a time when there is freedom of expression, when there is a Bill of Rights in the country, when there is a human rights culture, and part of that human rights culture is the children's rights. You are very fortunate because, Tina, we didn't know that children have rights. We didn't have any rights. Anyone can tell you that. Your mother comes in, your father talks to you, you shut up and you can't engage. And sometimes you feel that when you engage, you appear like a child who is rude. Now, I am saying to you, remember, Nina, you have a children's rights. And that children's rights allows you to sit and engage with your parents. I'll make just one quick example on this. You know, one time I was mad at two of my sons. They were still very young then. So I decided that I was going to beat them up. So I grabbed a belt and the one said, "Hey, Mom, really? So you're going to beat us up?" And I said, "Yes, I'm beating you up right now." And he said, "But we're going to the nearest police station." And I said, "No, babe, don't go to the nearest police station. The nearest policeman is right at the gate here. So you go and report at the gate." You get my point. Now, during our time, right, you would never do that. You would have never said that to me. Your parent would have given you a good clap, whether rightly or wrongly, and you would have just accepted and cried that, "Well, it's my mom and my dad disciplining me." Now you know that we don't even have a right to beat you up, right? But what we do have, the right we have, is to instill discipline in you nonetheless, and we find alternative ways of punishment. And I think it's something which, so I'm saying there's nothing preventing you from engaging, including with your teacher. Now, I don't like it when you say there's non-recognition. You talk about a very serious matter of substance abuse. You know, children, substance abuse is just one of the worst demonic tendencies which we find in our schools, in our communities, in our households. Because a child who is addicted to drugs, the first thing you see, he's going to steal in the house, he's going to start selling Makulu's things, he's going to start selling goods, everything that belongs to the household, because the child is desperate to pay for the drugs he is using or she's using with drug dealers. That's number one. Number two, if you do not pay, what happens? The drug dealer will make you a mule. So sometimes you hear that young people, by the way, it's not elderly people. You know, when I was in correctional services as minister, I had an opportunity when I visited Brazil to go and visit some young girls from South Africa who had gone to Brazil and who were told that they were going to have a, you know, what do you call Bumandi? You know, you are told, you know, razzmatazz. I'll buy you a ticket, you go abroad and enjoy yourself, and I give you money for shopping. Now, when a person walks up to you and makes that kind of offer, what do you think the person is going to get in return? Why would anyone befriend you and then suddenly offer you a weekend out of the country and money for shopping? And most of the people we found, they were young girls. And all of them, without exception. I just befriended somebody and they gave me a ticket and here I am. And what happens? Only to find you are a drug mule and you are caught and you serve time in Brazil, far away from home, where there isn't a member of the family who can come and visit you. That's one thing you need to note. And sometimes, where does it start? It starts with young girls and young boys befriending people, one, they do not know, adults, who in the course of that abuse you. And I think it's something, so Nina, we issue drugs. We must be eyes and ears in our own schools, in our own communities, in our own households. If you suspect that your sister or your brother is into drugs, talk to your parents so that your parents can nip it in the bud. But if you are going to keep quiet and protect your sister, your brother, your cousin, then there is no way your brother or your sister can be helped. I would like to emphasize that. At school, I know you protect one another, but let me tell you, that protection does not help you. You protect the person, but at the end of it all, the person is thrown into the deep end and simply collapses completely. So your responsibility as an individual is to help your sister, your cousin, your fellow classmate, so that as you see that he's into drug, you talk to the teacher and say, we think that so-and-so is into drugs. The first step of the teacher is not to punish. The first step the teacher will take is that of educating the child and counseling the child to understand why the child is into drugs. So I'm just saying this issue of drugs, it is a big thing. It's something which is worrying all of us, particularly us South Africans, all of us. Because there are communities where you find drugs, where you are told that in that area there are drugs, in that area we know there's a drug dealer and so on. But do not take law into your hands. Where you know there's a drug dealer, the police should go in there, arrest the person, and let the person be charged. Because Oksalayo, these people are selling drugs to the children, and therefore we are destroying our nation. So the one way of preventing the nation being destroyed, the future of our country being destroyed, is for you ukumpimpa. In our time, when you said ukumpimpa, selling out, it had very negative connotations. Right now, you are pimping for a good reason, because you are helping your sister, your brother, your schoolmate, and therefore you are contributing towards building of this nation. So I just want to take note of that. Then there's another matter here raised by somebody from Mary. No, let me not start there. Let me start Kulo West Coast. I don't know whether you were saying Xhosa or what were you saying, Xhosa?
Cursive.
Huh?
Cursive writing.
Cursive writing.
Why are they learning it?
Why? What's wrong with cursive writing? In any event, cursive writing is taught early in school, isn't it? But if you noticed, as you move on high school and people going into university, you really have a choice of how you write. And what matters is that the teacher or the lecturer should be able to read and understand what you have written. Why it was introduced, I do not know. But I know that when I write, it's a mixture of cursive writing and something else. But what is important to me is that anyone who reads what I'm writing must be able to see, must be able to read, must be able to understand that which I am writing. I was worried, I thought you were saying Xhosa. But actually, maybe we may as well talk about that as well. Because Bantwana bam, Miasteta is Lungu. Which is very good. Very good, because it is a language of instruction. But what worries me is the fact that you guys do not speak your mother tongue. Sadly, and I know now I've got grandchildren, and it's about Makulu this, Makulu that, Makulu, you know, Makulu, no. And one time, you know, the former speaker, Balega Mbete, has a son, one of the children, called Duma. So Duma says to the father, but Papa, you are very, this is very silly. This is very stupid, you know? You were still very young then. And the Papa said, Duma, we just repeat what you have said in Setswana. And Duma kept on saying, no, but I mean, this is stupid. And the father said, fine, but repeat this in Setswana. And indeed, in Setswana, then Duma realizes that he can't repeat it in Setswana. It's an insult. It's being disrespectful. So sometimes, and I'm saying this with all sincerity, the things which you say in English, English sounds very good, so sometimes sounds very polite, but actually think and then interpret what you're saying in your mother tongue and see if it has the same meaning or even the same impact. Niyakhumsha. It is good to speak English because you have to learn the language, you have to practice the language, but when you get home, man, find time to speak your language because that's what makes you who you are. It is your identity and you cannot run away from it. You can't. I know teachers will say, the children must practice this. I agree. I agree. I used to say about my own children, no, fine, I'm happy with that. I'm not going to tell the child, pick up your clothes from the floor. Because it's important for all of us, even as we speak this language, which helps us to understand and communicate amongst ourselves. But it's equally important that I do not lose my identity. I know who I am and appreciate who I am. Self-love. I call it self-love. So I was just raising it because I thought that's what was being raised, but actually, that's it, girls. We really have to. You know, some of the things we see these days, and I'm not critical of people's choices. No, I'm not critical at all. But I've never understood why anyone will go out of the way and bleach their bodies. I don't understand. Maybe they understand why they do it, but I've seen people bleach from top to bottom. Well, I don't know whether you call it, is it self-hate? I don't know. But in my view is that there's no self-love. There's no pride in one's identity. There's something very wrong. Why there is that something wrong? What could have sparked it? I do not know. But the message, the essence, the core of my message to you is it is important for you children to love yourselves. Be proud of who you are. Now, which takes me to the next matter, which is the issue of racism. You know, when your parents will tell you that when we went into this democracy, right, we were all talking about a rainbow nation, this and that, the importance of building the nation, the importance of coming together, the importance of breaking the racial barriers. Today, there's something, Bantwana Bam, which is beginning to how shall I put it, ladies? It's emerging. There's something which is emerging, which is beginning to worry us adults. There is a streak of racism there is an upsurge of racism. The other day, we were talking about bullying, and there was a school where a fight broke out among students. What I found very disturbing about that's besides this issue of bullying one another and the fights which break out at schools, but this was a fight between a black child and a white child. And during the course of that fight, the black children decided to join hands in support of the black young boy, and the white children did the same. It can't be right, children. Because what that says immediately is that there is something wrong at the school. There's an upsurge of racism because that which happens at school is a reflection of what prevails in the communities where people come from. And I'm raising it because, I was very excited to listen to what you had to say here yesterday. But I want to say to you, and I want to appeal to you, because the future is in your hands. Whatever it is that we do today, we do it for you, children. So you must not allow adults to impose tendencies which are negative, which are likely to destroy everything which South Africans have fought for. Don't allow that. Don't allow us adults, And I'll make another example. My little one, when he was in probably standard 1, grade 3. So we had moved from Johannesburg to Cape Town. So I asked him, come on, because I couldn't get an understanding of what's the picture at the school there. So one day I said, come on, tell me, class yenu? He looked at me and said, I said, okay, how many white children? How many black children? And then he looked at me the second time and I said, you don't understand. Okay. How many children look like this? And then how many? It was silly of me. I'm raising this, but it was silly of me to raise that question. But I just needed to I was trying to find the simplest way of getting an understanding of the racial composition of the class. But I could not get it because he couldn't understand, he couldn't comprehend what I was raising. So at some point I said, all right, come on. How many of you in the class speak Xhosa, the way we speak it here at home, and those who speak English? And then Komani says, I am so frustrated. You are asking me a very difficult question. We are all the same in my class, and now you are asking me who is this, who is that? And I could tell the child was banging the table, and then went out and reported to his father. I don't know what has it to do with my homework. Mommy wants to know how many black, how many this, how many. I don't know what the difference she's talking about. It's a class, Mama, and we're 25. I said, okay, boy, I understand you are 25. That was the end of it. End of the discussion. Very frustrated child. Now I am saying, it does not mean that by cutting and removing these racial barriers, it does not mean you will not know who you are. Sure. You should know who you are. You should know where you come from. You should be able to speak your language. But what is important is that should not divide you from the rest of the people in our society. So you young people have a responsibility of continuing to build this nation, of continuing to break the racial barriers, of continuing to build a society which is non-racial and non-sexist in South Africa. Now, talking about non-sexist, somebody, I think the DDG from Women raised a very important matter of abantwana when boys and initiation schools. You know, boys and girls, and I'm sorry that Motata who are here will talk about this. It's not a subject matter I like talking about. But what I do know is that when I find time, it is a subject matter I want to write about. Because I don't have girls, I have 4 boys, and all of them have been to the initiation school. I don't want to know what happens at the initiation school. I am not interested in it. But what I do know, and I tell women, mama, who are preparing to take their children to initiation schools, is the amount of isolation you feel as a mother when your child is at the initiation school. The amount of isolation, the lack of information, I can't explain, Bantwana Bam, what a mother goes through when you are at the initiation school. That there will be floods, there'll be rainfall, sometimes floods, there'll be thunder, there'll be this, and the anxiety about what is happening to your child who lives in a small grass house out there, and just the information which and you will ask, "Unjani umntana?" Could you write? Uphinde kakhona. Unjani umntana? Alright. Uphinde uqonda maybe later mawukuyiphinde. Uqhuba njani umntana? Okay. Exactly what do you want to hear? What do you want? I told you umntana, alright. What exactly do you want to know? I'm raising this, I'm saying, I'm sure. But what you don't understand, you will not understand is the pain that a mother goes through and the amount of isolation which you are subjected to as a woman. But that we don't want to know, but make me feel as like part of what is happening. Let me feel and walk the journey with my child, even if I don't know what is happening. But just let me feel that I'm walking this journey with you and my son. Now, I hate to say this, but sometimes you get a feeling that as you guys come back, some of you, you suddenly believe that you are this man, you are this strong, and there are certain things you can't discuss with your mommy, maybe correctly so, but you are taught, boys don't cry. I don't care for that. Boys don't cry. If you have emotions and you are sad, or you've lost a parent for that matter, or even a friend, why shouldn't you cry?
Sure.
Because that's the one way of helping you to get the pain out, to talk and cry. Why? Why don't you cry? Now, I know that you boys are told, boys don't cry, men don't cry. Don't cry. Ayikho lonto bantwana bam. Because some of the problems, the mental challenges which we see now in our children are as a result of their inability to express themselves. If you are not going to share your pain, if you're not going to talk about your hurt, if you've lost a girlfriend, and in a humiliating manner, why shouldn't you talk to me about it? Why shouldn't you tell me, Mom, you know so-and-so today, I don't know what happened, but she just walked up to me and said, it's the end of the relationship. Why shouldn't you talk to me? Because it could be that as a mother, there is advice I can give to you and say, go back, my boy, talk to her, understand. I'm glad you are laughing because that's exactly what we want you to do. We want you to be able to share your pain with us. We want Nani Mantombazan. We want you to be able to walk up to me and say, Mommy, here's my problem. I'm left with 5 minutes. In other words, what am I encouraging here? I'm encouraging a conversation, a dialogue amongst ourselves as family members, a dialogue with your mother, with your father, so that they give you all the support which you need. Because sometimes, ubona ngomntu, how? Kutheni ngathi kukhona deterioration nje, akasaperforming the way he was performing. Parents will not know because they don't know the pain you are going through. Ulahliwe, incinci le nto yenzakele. Ulahliwe. Now they need to counsel you and take you through that pain so that you can perform better. Ukulahlwa, it's a normal thing, and as you go on in life, you will again find a better person who will love you and will care about you. So ningavumeli ukulahlwa nithule ke. Now, the other thing I need to raise, it is, this which I'm raising has to do with this issue of toxic masculinity. Bantwana bam, ningaba by 6 endlini. Maybe you are one of the boys. And otata will tell you, nathi phofu mama siyatsho sithi uyabona ke uyindoda yesibini yalapha ekhaya. But in the course of that, sikuthwalisa umsebenzi omkhulu kakhulu and you are a child. And you are not going to be able to carry this household because you are a child. You can't carry the responsibilities with your father carry. Because you are a child. A child is a child. There will come a time when you will develop into a man who will assume responsibilities similar to the ones assumed by your father. But you can't be I'm taking the responsibility. I'm not responsibility. And I'm saying this, and then in the course of that, the way you solve your problems, Nina, it's giving one a big fist. And then there's a fight. You know what? And I always call it the fight of the egos. Because most of the time when boys fight, it's about their egos. Their pride, what you want it. And the same applies to the girls. You beat up a girl, and then when the girl beats you up very hard, then you don't understand. And those are some of the tendencies, and that's the beginning of what is called gender-based violence. Fact that you can speak anyhow to your partner, fact that you think that you can just clap a girl, fact that girls, some of you just enjoy having a blue eye, and telling the others that, you know, I have a blue eye because so-and-so is jealous and so-and-so yesterday gave me a clap. It's not going to help you, child. That's the beginning of a bigger thing. That's the beginning of what is called gender-based violence against women. Lastly, I'm not going to respond to, no, ndiyafuna kodwa ithetha le groundsman man, bantwana man. Uthi the akho clerks, akuna security, no groundsman. As a result, there's very, very long grass. Yo bantwana bam nikhula kamandi. No, listen to why I am saying nikhula kamandi. Wait. Let me tell you, when we grew up, Tina, things have changed. When we grew up, eskolweni, there would be time in the afternoon after school when all of you will take imihlakulo, umakhenqa, izikere, and you cut the grass. Not only that, and you know what? I believe that taught us responsibility. In the same way, yayazi abanye mhlambi base boarding school, Today, I see that in my boarding school, niyahlanjelwa impahla and it's delivered to your room. But remember, you have to learn to wash your clothes and utiki shirt yako and make sure that it is squeaky white and hang it. You have to make sure you know how to clean your room where you sleep and make up your bed. Now, groundsmen, I do understand niyaqeshelwa groundsmen, but fact is now there's long grass, there are snakes, because you guys cannot take the responsibility of just cleaning the area around your rooms so that there are no snakes. I'm throwing it, I'm saying don't blame the school, because these are things which you too can do because you have two hands. Yes, you have. The last one, I'm sorry, program director, I just needed to make that point because it's something which really worries me. It worries me. I've been to schools where utungene gate out kosi ayinde inqa, and then you ask yourself, kanti abantwana akusatshentwa nengcana, otishara bayanoyika. Ukunixelela uba go cut the grass, clean the school, pick up the papers. Abantu bayaliterisha nje, and that is why we see we have municipalities apho kungena uthiwa kumdaka nje kuyinyakanyaka, because abantu they litter, they just throw things anyway. Let's take responsibility. Siyeke ezo zinto. You know, I can't not talk about indaba ye-sexuality, because we see a number of children who are committing suicide. And they are committing suicide because we judge them for who they are, or we judge them for whatever choices they've made in life. I do want to say, stop it. Ayondaba yakho. Do what suits you. Make your choice. Do not judge other children, because when you judge other children, they develop the inferiority complex, they lose confidence in themselves, they shy away to a point where a child avela ngafuni noya esikolweni, I prefer ukuba sekhaya, because he is being or she is being judged by the other school children. Yekeni loo nto leyo. That's one thing you need to know. You may do it nihlekise ngayo, ibe giggling matter, ibe intontoni, you gossip about it, but what you do not know is the negative impact it has on the victim, who is the person you are discussing or you are laughing at. And you don't want that, don't do that. And I know that it starts at home, because ekhaya sizawuthi dlala ngonodoli wena dlala ngeimoto. And then when that happens and you decide to go to, but I don't want these dolls, I want to play with the cars, I want the aeroplanes, this and that and that. And then we parents start making remarks which sometimes it's not necessarily so. But he remarks ezenza already sesikulabela ukuthi oh wena, let's not do that. Let's not do that. Don't do that to one another. So nditeke ezanto zo the abnormal history. You know mntana, one of the things the school is meant to do is to provide you with analytical skills. One of the things we encourage is the importance of debate, dialogue in a school environment, so that you tomorrow can be able to properly characterize your country, characterize its challenges, characterize where we are, so that tomorrow kandithi inje uthi hayi kodwa mama. That's not how I see it. And I won't challenge you, I'll listen to you, because I want you to express your views. Because now you are saying you are finding yourselves in a situation where you don't know whether if you don't use your exact term, capitalist or communist, go and do a bit of your research. South Africa is not a communist country and is far from it and is not even moving towards that. But of course, we are fighting, we are working towards equality amongst our people. You may want to say we're working towards a socialist kind of country. But Ukuti, we are capitalists, we find ourselves in a very capitalist global village. And as a result, as a country, we may have what is called mixed economy. And I want to encourage you to go and read about it, to engage about it, engage your teachers so that you understand, because your teachers are giving you analytical tools in order for you to be able to characterize the country we live in. I think those are the issues which were raised, Chairperson. Sign language is very important. Sign language is very important because we have many young people who have been completely marginalized because they can't express themselves and because they don't have the ability to hear, and they are disabled. And therefore it's important that, and I'm happy that when this meeting was organized, the organizers made sure that we do have sign language interpreters. It's one of those which are very important. What we should be talking about is the importance of the Department of Education to have these schools in their numbers. One of the, last week it was a week where a lot of education was being done around issues of autism. Was it last week or 2 weeks ago? And I listened to two women who were speaking on a radio, SAFM, as I was driving, and talking about difficulties of bringing up a child who suffers from autism. The challenges and just the load of work and what is involved. And I'm saying what is important is for us to call on government to make sure that we provide as many of these facilities which are meant to look after and nourish and build and provide support to those amongst us who are disabled. I think it ends there.
Thank you very much to the Honourable Speaker of the National Parliament of South Africa. National Parliament, the Speaker of Speakers, give it a round of applause.
Speaker, you know what? When she says Speaker of Speakers, I'm sure you do watch parliamentary debates. And sometimes you know how you do what you see your mummies and daddies and how they behave. And you are sitting there and you have to make sure that things happen. And the mummies stop behaving like mummies and the daddies stop behaving like daddies, and they behave worse than you kids. So when I'm sitting there, please pray for me, say your little prayer and say, oh gosh, we hope that she will manage that one today. Your mummies and daddies in parliament are not as easy. So, whereas it's good because we are there to engage amongst ourselves, but sometimes you should say that, moms and daddies, please, can you please behave better for the sake of our country? Because when they say Speaker of Speakers, I'm telling you, as I sit there, I get so annoyed with everybody, by the way, with all of them. So you'll hear me screaming, order this side, and screaming, order that side, because they are all the same. But what is important? They are there to pass laws, laws which are meant to better the lives of South Africans. Laws which we may disagree on everything, but what is important, Mandwana Bam, is that those laws which we are making there, they are meant to better the future of the people of South Africa. You children, when you take the baton, you must take the baton, run with it, and make sure that the laws we have passed are being implemented and the lives of the people of South Africa are better.
So you guys can only imagine how traumatized I was as a 25-year-old little Nompendulo entering this august house, this prestigious house. And I mean, I didn't even want to go to the restroom at times because I thought it looks clumsy. I wanted to sit up straight all the time and, you know, legs crossed and upright. Then you sit like that for 6 hours. There's no way I can sit like that for 6 hours. And you start understanding why our mothers, in winter particularly when you're drinking meds for flu, you start understanding why they actually start falling asleep. It's not because they actually, you know, it's because they're sick and you're sitting in this place for 6 hours. We sit for meetings from 9 a.m. until 1. That's usually portfolio committee meetings. And if you have other responsibilities, if you're a whip or a chair, you can sit in other committees that sometimes sit at 7 until 9. Then from 9 until 1, you're in another meeting, which is a portfolio committee meeting, where we hold the executive to account. So we as non-executive members of parliament hold the ministers, etc., to account. Then you have a little bit of a break, a lunch. And usually if you have a committee as big as mine, you will run into lunch. Then you must run to go get lunch quickly. Then at 2 o'clock, the bells ring, literally like you're at school, literally, the bells, gring, 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 they ring, because now we must go to plenary, which you guys usually watch, where the speaker would then be chairing. It's now 2 o'clock. Now we must get through a number of bills, reports, etc. We can sit until 8 in the evening. So what time did my day start? At 7 a.m. in my first meeting. The last one's ending at 8 o'clock. It's a lot. And I think fatigue is natural, right? But I'm not saying I'm pardoning it. I'm just saying I came to realize why sometimes, you know, you find the Honorable Gwede Mantashe just, you know, lowering his head a bit. It's because there's a lot to do, right? But the decorum of the House is something I cannot pardon. I don't understand the need for members of parliament, no matter how strong our convictions may be. We need to be able to engage fruitfully and respectfully. And the moment that comes out in the room, Speaker, it becomes such a challenge, and you can see how frustrating it is, because these are adults who are meant to be called to order when needs be. But thank you so much to all of you for your engagement. Speaker, I want to take us through 5.
So, you know, I'm really sorry about this, Mandwana Bam. There's something I missed along the way. I'm Kolo. I have to, you know, Mandwana Bam, one of the things you need to know about Parliament is a highly litigious environment. Every day in this court. Every day in this court. Siyalwa. Xa sihlukana ngento ethile abanye bakuse court for this, abanye bakhuthe court. Now, there's another case which I'm supposed to sign documents for before 4 o'clock. So you file a court. If I file a court, then Parliament, I shall not have protected Parliament. I have to protect Parliament by making sure that I submit papers to the court, and now I must go and sign those documents. I'm really sorry. I'm not abandoning you, but if I don't sign, it will be very irresponsible of me. Okay? Thank you. I will still take the photo shoot. I'm just going to the holding room. I'll sign about 150 pages and then come and then join you. Thank you.
Let's give the speaker a round of applause. All right, so I want us to reflect quickly on some of the the feedback that you're giving us, right? So we have to learn how to do this better. Now, I'll start with the most sour ones. So the reason why I also spoke about the fact that we sit for 6 hours is because someone said, we can't listen to speeches for 6 hours. And that's how Parliament operates. And I think from our side as organizers, maybe that was an oversight, right? Because we're trying to replicate the rigidity of Parliament here when we're trying to interact with young people, and that might not be the best way for us to do it if we're trying to get the views of young people. So there's a criticism on that to say that we need to find a way to make these engagements more interactive and have face-to-face engagements with members of Parliament and the Speaker, etc. So to the Public Education Unit, etc., let's go back home. Let's think creatively and innovatively on how we can make these engagements more interactive. Again, there's a suggestion for us to dim the lights. So that sound and audio and whatever, dim the lights so that our eyes don't take up too much strain. Long speeches, not interactive. Issues of the stomach. You've said to us, please consider the fact that we're seated for hours and hours, and therefore, it's a bit difficult to concentrate. I always have snacks in my bag in Parliament, Honorable Mafu, because 6 hours of just listening can be a lot. Also, a suggestion for us to ensure that there's vegetarian meals, etc. I'm reading some of these out because I want you to know that when you do give us this feedback, we actually do listen and we do take it seriously. You weren't just wasting your writing on a piece of paper. Then let's move over to the good, to the organizing team. And this is so important, the people behind the scenes, not those who stood here and spoke. There are a number of responses here that say that the team was so kind, the team was so open, the team was so accessible. So we want to thank the organizing team that was responsible for interacting with learners. Others are saying just generally as you walk in the building and throughout the proceedings of these 2 days, everyone, the staff was so nice. However, there are requesting that in the future we do have designated people who are easily identifiable to know that these are the people who are driving the program. Therefore, if I have any questions, I need to ask them. Moving on to the content of the program, young people are saying that they know so much more about politics, they know so much more about Parliament and how it operates, and they are so honored to have been able to interact with all of us here. And that is really a lot of the sentiments that come out. Then a very strong one, of course, echoed by the sentiments from the young ambassador from the Nelson Mandela Foundation, is that we need to make sure that whatever's been discussed here makes its way to cabinet, to ministers, to the executive for implementation, to Parliament for oversight, monitoring and evaluation. And then, like Brenda Fassi said, and I can't sing Deputy Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture, so you'll pardon me and maybe you'll give me some training by your department on how to sing. But she says, I'm tired of promises, because they turn to lies, that one, you guys, but you're young, I don't know, maybe you're pickaninnies, but I'm sure some of you know the song because our parents, our grandmothers, etc. Sing these songs. So young people are saying, let's make sure that these aren't empty promises and that we implement on them, and we're hearing you loud and clearly. More toilet breaks, apparently. It's because Parliament operates like this. Literally, guys, you'll find your bladder going through so much because of how Parliament operates. They're also saying there are too few days. So maybe we must see how we can find ways in the future to expand the program to be longer. I am so excited about many of the matters that young people have raised, even with the speaker. I mean, just on mental health, Honorable Mafu, during oversight in late January, we did an oversight week as the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education, Science and Innovation. And we went to the Northern Cape, and in the Northern Cape there's there's an entity called the NRF, and the NRF has a project that they're doing there through the South African Astronomic Observation and SAO. And they were saying they have these telescopes. The biggest telescope in Southern Africa is in South Africa. And we are hosting a number of other telescopes that belong to other countries in our country. Why? Can anyone who does geography or science tell me, why do we have so many of the optical telescopes in our country? Yes, young man. You can take off your mask.
Beautiful.
Can you say that again with the mic? Because this you will get employment at NRF now with what you just said. Say that again, please.
So here in the Southern Hemisphere, we're very fortunate in the sense that
exactly what you said, exactly how you said it, go for it.
Okay, so here in the Southern Hemisphere, more specifically here in South Africa, we have a very low level of atmospheric humidity and we have very little cloud cover. Now what this means is that telescopes, whether radio or optical, can easily access surrounding space and essentially view objects in space a lot easier than, for example, somewhere that's tropical, somewhere with excess smog or excess atmospheric pollution. Now, if you look at a province like the Northern Cape, you have a lot of very rural areas. It's a very isolated province and there is very little light pollution that is being experienced, right? And what this means is that it's another factor that allows telescopes to view the stars, the constellations, and even other galaxies, often millions of light years away, with ease. And our geographical location has made us be on the forefront of scientific discovery in outer space.
I literally just got goosebumps because there are members of parliament, including maybe myself. Let me put myself in that pool it's taken us a couple of months to be able to articulate ourselves on that as succinctly as you have. And I need your number, please. I need your number, your details, your everything, because there's so much that we can do with young people like yourselves in spaces like that. Now, so he's told us why we have so many of those telescopes in our country, right? The geographic advantage, and I don't want to mess it up. Basically, look, our skies are beautiful and they allow. It's called the geographic advantage, right? What they are now proposing is often we say science does not speak directly to the needs of the daily lived needs of citizens. That's a big, opposition likes to go to town with that science is elitist, it's poppy white, it's a poppy white boys choir. Now, mental health, Honorable Mafu, is an issue that's been articulated by young people in this room of different class, of different race, of different sex, which means that we can all relate to it. They are saying, how would it be for us to use astronomy to try and, because when you go there, it's like you are in heaven. At night, you will see the Milky Way and not be confused. You will know that's the Milky Way. It's just that evident. I have never seen so many stars it was just, oh my word, it was beautiful. Now, that space gave one so much serenity that you wonder, how can we translate that peace that people feel in that space to use it for challenges like mental health that we have in our communities? And that is how we're trying to link science, astronomy, not only to the joys of research, but directly linking it to a health challenge called mental health. And we can even turn it into issues around tourism and. So this is where you see the Department of Health working together with the Department of Science and Innovation and beyond the, various departments. I'm trying to say to you that we are thinking innovatively on how to deal with some of these issues like mental health. That facility can even be used to address and support the work being done by social development on their national drug master plan. That these drug addicts, when we think of rehabilitation centers, can we consider using Sutherland and whatever resources that they are there around constellations and whatever to try and help young people to rehabilitate themselves, because you're putting them in this conducive environment that was really so. I think all ministers must go there, because, and deputy ministers, because their work is so stressful, and they too, their mental health is also very important. So we'll assist Comrade Honorable Mafu to arrange for yourselves to go to that space. But I wanted to share that as a space where we are, as government, trying to work on dealing with issues around mental health and drug rehabilitation. Thank you so much. My time is over. It's been an honor being with all of you, and we look forward to working with you in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Nompendulo, and thank you so much to everybody who stayed and listened and participated. Particularly, Speaker said, I have to actually, for those that were not here yesterday, to actually name out the schools, Honorable Mkhatshwa, that really participated here. The Victoria Girls High School, the Nseka Secondary School, the Nathaniel Nyaluza High School, the PJ Oliphiri War School, the Mary Waters High School, the TM Hwekiana Secondary School, the Kutliso Daniels Secondary School, the Graham College, Hendrik Kanise Combined School, Kuyasa Special School, and of course the Nelson Mandela Children's Fund, the Rhodes University, the Save the Children South Africa, and the Nelson Mandela Children's Fund, the Nelson Mandela Children's Parliament, and of course the departments that took time to come here. And I must also, from the some of the questions that have been raised that Speaker has not responded to, the official from the department is here, and we hope that you have noted those questions, particularly those that relate to the curriculum, to the shortage of staff, those things that we need to do, because those are not the things that the learners should be worrying themselves about. The learners should be worried about how they pass, not that there are no teachers at school. That's not their responsibility. And lastly, the official from the Department of Social Development is requesting us to ask the educators to meet them at the foyer because they have got some dignitary packs for the learners, but they will give them to the teachers and the teachers will give them to the learners. Lastly, the Speaker will join all the schools to take a photo with each school so that at least the learners that are here, they can put it in their gallery in schools that they were here and they've interacted with the Speaker. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
On the dotted 13:45.
We are done. Let's go and take and have all what we need to do.
But I'm their age. But then it's understand that it's not an old thing from. Let me take.
What are you calling?
Yeah. I'm hearing the voice.
Diabetwa apha kuthiwa inombulelo. And ayikho kule list.
Ayikho.
Recording stopped.